Assalamualaikum, selamat petang everyone. Oke, bahkan suara. So, hari ini kita sambung episode 2 The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, ataupun The Great Ace Attorney yang game pertama adalah So ya, saya nggak tahu siapa lagi suara-suara yang saya perlu buat. Tapi dari apa yang saya paham, ada si Sherlock Holmes kan. Ini nak adventure yang ada. Ini adventures, ini resolve. So kalau kita select adventure, kita pergi adventure, dan kita select lagi adventure. Ini nah, episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band, bukan Bond. Band pula. So, kejap. Saya cek siapa yang dulu. Oh, betul pula saya tulis di anu tu. Saya tulis di apa tu, betul pula di stream. So, ini GAA, Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Bukan Adventures. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band, Investigation, Part 1. Start playing from the save game data? Yes. So, mari kita try main. Lagu tu bang.
In a corner of that small dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Allah, terstop sudah, hilang. Saya baru mau baca. Anime.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary.
You see, mana saya mau follow up
in less than
ni?
5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Macam mana saya mau follow up tu punya power dia punya voice acting. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then? That, we found you, and now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe? Sorry? Now you have been found. Is it time to admit your crimes? Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Siapa ni? Perempuan ni. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Mr. Sato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Kazuma mati ke? Ha! You pretend you don't know. You are a wolf in sheep's belt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. 3D tu cantik. Here, in this very cabin. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. In these handcuffs, surely you didn't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. Kazuma, but just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha ha ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier though. The way that Russian crewmen just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians will be forgiving of a stowaway. They're a steady bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend Moto the Point. Surely we could confide in her, wouldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. Betul kah? Okay. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to the hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san, JSTV, thank you for the like. How's your vaccination, bro? Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looked like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? Okay. There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Oh, do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So, presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Okay. Apa lagi? Saya telah dituduh membunuh, mana boleh begini? Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. Apa sebenarnya dia tulis tu? Apa tulisan di lantai tu? And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything that had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now, I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so hairy. The throat's troubling like anything. Ada baru. Stow away. Why are you even on this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Harisafis, thank you for the like. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go such extreme length to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that had been on my mind since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that. I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you that. But I never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your eyes. Can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do it with you. Yes, maybe, but something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then, it was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away in the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. Yes, word perfect in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Wailing? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's, please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Okay, mari kita tengok. Yes. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around with my hands tied while whoever did this walk free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! Oh, judo, karate. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. She expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. Kita cek dulu apa di record. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us, so I'll pulverize some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to say. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to... Vicky, thank you for the like. Able to read that, he said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what. But no one opened the doors. Apa ni? Akeruna? Akeruna mana kan? Ni A K Ru Na. Akeruna bukan buka. Apa tuh yang last tuh? Akuru. Akuruna? Bukan Akeruna. Entah. Sekejap. Hah? Entah, saya nggak tahu. Mungkin juga. Nih, kalau okay. Nah. Saya rasa itulah. Keep out. Not sure, saya salah ke apa. Tapi saya rasa itulah disebut akhirnya. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm guilty. Ini.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe jaws before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Kamigun, thank you for the like. Yes, that's quite true. Saya jatuh. Dia kasih terbalik saya di lantai. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Dia kasih judo flip saya. Si Susato ni. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can't see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring tricks to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? A magician? For now, I just suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san! Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Oh, ini menu baru. Dulu tiada ni. Bukan dulu tiada lah, dulu menu dia lain, bukan begini. Oh, ini ada orangnya. Saya boleh zoom kah? Tidak boleh. Tapi ini kita boleh cek. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look. Bukan. Dia skip lah ni. The book have fallen over on the shelf. Look. They all toppled in the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of sea? Although, he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything wound down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san? I wouldn't have bothered. Saya dah sempat apa baca tadi tu. In a fit of rage, okay. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown out have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oi, bodoh. Jangan. Kenapa kau kacau? Oh dear, that one too. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around using left and right, okay? Aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Alah, itu siapa? Ini apa nih? I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear so. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Funny. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talk about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes, in the interest of cultural research, obviously. Crick, crick. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Check the almari dulu. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must be rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe, and last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Check me out. Ooh, this is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. Oh, apa jatuh? Air pun jatuh. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looked as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! Jatuh lagi. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matter either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away in this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Trevor, thank you for the like. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Ini kenapa piring ni jatuh? That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why should I be able to? Even though you stowed away in this ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Ngapa nih? What do you think this is? It looked like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark besides it, I wonder, it has some sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right, it's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? What are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Pedang ni, kita check dulu. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that the Japanese man katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Apa ya? Kita check ini dulu. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Kita check ini lah. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the pink ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Well, Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Tapi cantik betul batu tulisan ni. Orang sakit tidak begini. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Uy! Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looked like he might be European. Oh, how did he? You've noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's death? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they are in the crosshair, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Saya mau examine. Saya mau bercakap sama kau. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yep, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. He seems a little flustered. Bukan. Saya baru mau cakap sama dia. Nggak boleh converse. Saya kena pergi ni dan converse sama dia. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. It seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings. I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Oh, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? It looks like he's looking right through. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign crimes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true, it is. But how? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps. It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the Beribon occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarized the fact beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I didn't even see 1% who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. Janganlah kau percaya. Cepat betul. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No. Listen. There's no way. Hiya! Jatuh lagi di lantai. Aduh. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sakes, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary. Obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Lawak pusing deh. But was I not right? Whilst venturing forward foreign climes, You do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest... The ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more like plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Dia buat leposing tu. My apologies. How remiss of me. Kata I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to man and woman the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same, the inimitable actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Converse. Oh. Kita tengok apa dia boleh cakap. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair, but please call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in this series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistakes, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievement and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia. Okay, itu Asia pula. Kenapa saya sebut dalam bahasa Malaysia punya Asia? Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer noticed even the most subtle of reaction is subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician make deduction from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That it was make me one and only her. No, Herlock Sholmes. Kan panas ya karakter dia. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in this now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent for me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Something. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of a killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly? Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Muhammad Aidil, thank you for the like dan share. Terima kasih. Why is that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, share. Thank you. In other words, you were acquainted. Hey bro, what up? What up, bro? And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress for the Russian people? I had no idea. Oh, tak ada masalah. No problem. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Disgaya. Kalau saya main Disgaya pun saya tak main ni. Saya tak main dalam stream. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma has already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. Saya mau tengok. Can I ask something, Mr. Sholmes? Saya mau tengok ni gambar. Okay. What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian? Can we talk about your deduction before? The thing you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famous, accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 Baht. Ah yes, the most sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Videl Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma's Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was a Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. Bolshevik, itu kan saya sebut. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned of revolutionize your appearance as well. Ah, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passengers list. Did I say more? No, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interview with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also, quite clearly stated here in the article, Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. And where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I have sought all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that who see the man yet with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he needs only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looked like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I am afraid. No, can I. But this picture, perhaps for the beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of this. Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its content. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavik Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why a Russian name so hard to remember? It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of Novavik Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance all part with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify with that with the response, Mr. Naruhodo. The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. Ada nggak? On the back, cast your eyes of it sometimes if the interest takes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article, maybe a picture tuh. Dia suruh cek lagi balik, aduh. Biarlah. But you were just investigating. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Awang Ikmal, thank you for the like. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Yes, case baru. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. Ini bukan Sherlock Holmes, ini Sherlock Holmes. Terbalik, H dengan S terbalik. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nako, nado. A trice. You are suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. Oblige ke oblige? Entah. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. Grill? A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. Habis sudah? So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilators connect to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, as the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you are the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to return it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Wow, semua blur. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face, his sense of humor as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Oh. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you give me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea! The situation doesn't look good for me, but here still are the things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Ada lagi kah? Saya belum cek. Ada lagi kah yang benda saya belum cek? Ini boleh bercakap lagi sama dia kali. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open. Oh, ini pintu kah? This bolt has been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or get out the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal. They seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman. Do you mean he wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. Is that... It's something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no. It's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? Dia lagi. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Siap batuk lagi. Aduh, dia kan nih. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stop, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and aboard this ship. Ken? You certainly seems to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out in this hopeless situation. Special order. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. Jigoku. Jigoku dalam bahasa Jepun. Jigoku artinya neraka. So, saya rasa tidak sedapati sudah dia punya Minister of Justice nih. Adakah orang baik atau orang jahat? And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest power. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So, if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. Awang Iqbal, thank you for the share. Terima kasih. We really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed. So naga tukar baju. Ya, yeah. Dia menyamar lagi tempat lain. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that sorry-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. I think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright. Yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he need to persuade the captain. Okay, duka cita dimaklumkan. Saya kena berhenti sini. Sorry guys, saya perlu berhenti di sini. Wajib. Esok sambung lagi. Kemarin saya terpaksa hentikan laju. Sorry. Okay, let's see if I can present the detective. So, apa yang kita mau buat hari ini? Dengan detektif nih, kita mau saya mau present dengan kita punya ini. Kita baca dulu. Oh. Ada dua saja, sama ada 123 atau 135. So mungkin kita present dia 135 punya. What's that? It's Kazuma diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Macam mana sudah suara dorong saya bagi nih? Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next spot. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct order? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Let's select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. So kita boleh move. Begini kan dia punya menu move. Ini yang cantik. Ini Kazuma cabin, yang ini first class passageway. The passageway that connects the first class cabins to the SS Buria. Kita pergi passageway. Oh, apa di lantai tu? Kamu nampak? Oh, kamu nak nampak? 9th of January, 7:48 AM. Yap, kamu nampak kan ya? Tu dah. Nampak? Nampak sudah? SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent to this study tour by the government. That's why he was put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Steerage, entah. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Dorong. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. So, kita mau examine. Ada something yang tak nampak di internet pula, di stream ini. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seems to be using a lump of chalk or something as big. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? Wonder what's that taste like? You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I have to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftover. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Later? Macam mana ba kalau saya mau purely mau buat bahasa British? First class cabin number 1. Yep, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama. Sorry? The accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 539, okay. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Okay. Ini ada rail. Ini ada apa ni? What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing ship, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ships, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Look, just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were bring to this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Mau minum nih kalau begini. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilators connect to. Yes, the ventilators from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Tiba-tiba. Excuse me. We need to get inside this cabin here. Ooh. This sailor's eyes speaks volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this version is definitely more effective. It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck. Look! The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink in the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Ini ship protocol. Baca dulu ship protocol. That's a huge book on the top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Nah, kita bercakap sama kau lah. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer.
That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid.
Oh, he seems to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. Streganov. I am senior crewman. Beef Streganov. Streganov.
Here, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in finest part of Burya steamship for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Streganov is not animal.
Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi currently occupied?
Da.
Susato-san, do you understand that? It sounds like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Oh, boleh tanya. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogis? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all the time. So criminal like you cannot come here or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Point. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Apa kau ni serius? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Kenapa kau tengok kiri? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or, as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Oh, dia hilang balik. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship lah. Blah blah blah. Kita biar dia autoplay sebab saya dah tahu. Saya dah tahu ada apakah? Ada benda important ke? Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Ini lagi. Nothing to report lah. Ini sudah. Ini sudah. Ini sudah. Ini sudah. Mari kita boleh masuk kah? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilators connect to. Yes, the ventilators from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let us. Boleh tak masuk sudah? Knock, knock. Mahu ku perhatikan. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in here to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Hey, tiba-tiba. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped when the fit is on me. I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait. Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about the stress relief. "9th January, SS Buria, First Class Cabin Number 2. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So, I assure you, you may trust me completely. A man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there would appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Ooh, gerak. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Daruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the sewer. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about this. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Kau siapa? Kenapa kau duduk di dalam? Banyak-banyak tempat. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need to only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection. Detection? Bukan deduction. Detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see may well astounds you. For I am about to apply my great detective greatly admires great deduction to the case. Apa kau merepek ni? Could this man be more macam mana sebut tu? Hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is it the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, is it capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence? It's biased the judgment. I must have complete silence. Shh, salah baca saya. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Oh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction with my own eyes. That was great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable macam mana mau sebut? Twaffle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventure of Sherlock Holmes. And now, I experience the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. Firsthand? This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived to this pair of conclusion. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery, let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Ooh, cantik. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Conclusion. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious bird you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begs this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about revolutionary. Semana sasul dia lidah. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand? Conclusion: a revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Take unawares, people have propensity to let their eyes astray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Is it time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare? No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, once light enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your fertile glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the page of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novik ballet disappear from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. As a conclusion, kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that seems a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men looks nothing like each other. Ah, yes. I recall our discussions earlier, and that time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than she do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear to... JSTV, thank you for the like. The case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You would be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithiness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour brunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seems to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I'm sure if we could do that, we'll unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? Ah, where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt that may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Hollock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Spectacular. Cule, susah mau sebut. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the dubious looking. Okay, so ini correction kepada dia punya deduction tadi. So, seingat saya lepas ni kita akan dapat option untuk tukar dia punya deduction. Ini semua kita sudah buat tadi. Penat sudah baca. Nih. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the only one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Nina, rambut dia. Ini saya rasa bersalah pasal ini part pernah ada keluar dari di internet waktu dia orang kasih tunjuk case. Dia promote game ni di internet lah, di YouTube dulu. So, ada spoiler sikit tapi selamat sikit saya lah. What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what is doing in the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from the underneath this thick black hair? Why yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Ini kita boleh cek juga. Kita cek je lah. So boleh examine kan. It's very thick head, isn't it? That's the secret, you see, Naruto-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Copious beard. Kita tengok copious beard ni balik. Boleh pilih kan? It really is a very full beard, isn't it? Yes, although according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott was about to cut it off. I still think that he looks nothing like the man pictured in the newspaper article though. The apparently merciless revolutionary villain Bolshevik. So, if he wasn't going to cut off his beard, presumably he was going to cut something else. Yes, we take a look at this fresh perspective and try to work out what. So inilah kita present dia punya rambutnya.
Yes!
Golden locks. Pacha. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you spot. Indeed, you have identified the precise details I was intending to expose. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begs this. Why would you desire to get rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Ini kita biar autoplay run. Sudah. Okay, ada correction lagi one more time. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly Pix. Lajunya. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked up doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different directions now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Some things that fit the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needs to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I read or heard something about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. What reveals? Ini ballerina. Dia ialah ballerina.
Yes!
Article about ballerina. Kita kasih pecah. Kasih ganti. The evidence that reveal your true identity is of course the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina on the Nordic Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear as we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novavik Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oi. Selamat. Tidak tercucuk kepala. Kenapa ada sawo di rambutnya? You're right. My real name was Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Corrected. Solve. Oh, ini lagi. Mau dibaiki yang ni. Now, as for my second conclusion, You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Ini saya sudah baca, so saya biar dia autoplay saja. So apa yang berlaku ialah dia tengok kotak semua. And then nanti dorang baiki lah ni. Sambil kita go through ini lagi. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have a step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhoto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. The tiara. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like that. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Ada apa-apa dalam ni? The waste paper basket? Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sniffing to someone's rubbish, you know? Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Mana dia tengah tengok tu tiara mah tu kan?
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ow! Oh! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novavik Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear as to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Kenapa macam kena tembak pun? I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come on, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. Is it reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed? Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crimes, are we? Your careless coup de bois, sama nama sebut dewa, betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your fertile glance to find the right answer. Yes, the reason why I refuse to open your case, written in the books on the shelf. Apa jadi ni? He completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you think? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Ah, ada senjata ke dalamnya? Apa gambar sini? This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? A descending one, it seems to me. Once you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Ah, it looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the small books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova, while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck somewhere elsewhere. Check dulu ni. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Ini saya biar auto lah. Kalau tidak senjata sana, mesti ada pet dalam bag dia. So, ini kita present.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage of this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on it on accord. Which leave but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. It's the last item listed at the forbidden in the vessel rules of passage, a pet. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solve. Deduction complete. Elementary. Grams the King, thank you for the like. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylord. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performance in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matters. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from the outside of the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I'm sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself so no one will recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I pick up the scissors in my hand and... At this precise moment, we walk in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. The secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what... But at least Miss Pavlova had agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Yes? What? Observe your wrist. My... Oh, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it, really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary was really about. Oh, boleh bercakap. Okay, saya stop di sini dalam lebih kurang 1 jam ni. Sorry tidak dapat lama. Kalau saya sambung lagi 10 kali mungkin saya sambung di game. Apa? Saya save dulu. Assalamualaikum, selamat malam. So, kita mau continue kita punya adventure of Unbreakable Speckled Band Investigation Part 1, Miss Pavlova's Cabin. Apa? Saya kasih hilang dulu ni chat. Boleh lah, masih ada siapa? Boleh lah. Nampaknya still macam masih okay. Kita biarkan. So kita boleh examine atau kita boleh converse ke apa. Tapi kita mau check dulu semua ni. Let me see. Don't touch. Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it. Oh, sorry. As well as you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Ada lagi kah? Oh ya kan boleh pergi kiri. Ini apa? Meja. Kenapa ni? Apa ni? Saya sudah tengok. Mana tuan? Saya mau tengok. Ini bag apa? Ni. Ini pergi sebelah, pergi balik. Oh, dia suruh tidak boleh sentuh. Semua? Wow. Semua benda saya tidak boleh sentuh. Apa ni? Converse. Kita bercerita dulu. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps if you heard a strange noise, perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed into a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done. and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novavik Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novavik Ballet gave us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should hear about Miss Pavlova's explanation. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So, how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Stroganov ni kan? Thus it's not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seems to be hiding something. Pavlova. An angel descended from the heaven, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Consider English isn't your mother tongue. Your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of a dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. What's once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova here is going to tell us what really happened. Friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rule of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell anyone of the crew. don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians will bestir themselves in unison, throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah, so reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy, it is, isn't it? Ular ya? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friend. Is it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you did your friend. I remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a close guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Oh. Ah, bahasa Rusia ni kan? Ini kan, saya boleh try present ni. Sama dia. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something's a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then, a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh. Oh, kena marah. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Well, she's fast. Captain would like to speak to you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? It looks like we have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Patut saya kasih terus ya bahar itu. Save your current progress? Yes. Alright. Yes. 9th of January. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what happened, what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate it all. And I imagine that we won't be able for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he completely disappeared. Why did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. Ada baru. The door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. Well, no, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Boleh lagi bercakap kah sama ni orang? I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Stroganoff, tell me something.
What? Why you look like that? You want something?
Huh?
Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm?
Oh, no, definitely not that.
Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand?
Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin.
Macam mana mau skip lah? Boleh kah?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, do you? Saya aktifkan autoplay.
Ah, okay.
Macam mana kita mau cari Spectre Hosonaga? Kalau saya move, oh, di sini dulu. Ada sudah.
9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd laid his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know.
Ini bukan baru kan nih jatuh nih?
That's my dinner. Okay. Oh, itu udah. Oh, kena tumbuk ada. Coba kita bercakap sama ini dulu, boleh gak?
Here, where did you go?
Sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to...
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room.
Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga didn't find himself in too much trouble on our own. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a stay at Le Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Nah, kita bercakap sama Inspector Hosonaga. Pecah was spek dia. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it.
Just scratches. Bit by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate,
He told me he'd
pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
It looked like he wasn't joking when he said he laid his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your effort, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a while ago.
I think his name was something like
Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German though.
Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes? Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we've found out.
Yes, let's do it.
What? Nikoleva Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is?
Please, what self-respecting ballet fan would know that graceful angel?
Oops, I think I upset him there.
Well, then tell us about the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least.
Oh, how?
Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they?
Oops, now I definitely upset him.
Inspector, have your investigation in here provided fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's a very little more I can do.
Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police.
So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
New information.
What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Burias medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death?
Damage to the cervical vertebrae.
Is that what's written in the report? Vertebrae. Macam mana mau sebut tu? Vertebrae kan? Vertebrae. Cervical vertebrae.
His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There was no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first... Awang Iqmal, thank you for the like dan share. Terima kasih. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it might have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. Oh, the body's nerve runs through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death.
Ya, chapter 2.
It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma.
Chapter 2. Ya, masih kira episode 2 lah, betul lah. Tapi belum game kedua, masih game pertama lagi.
I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, wouldn't I?
Ah.
The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record.
The great detective.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seems to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say something at all?
Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish!
That's all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Okay, tu.
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, don't you think? Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then?
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh! Does this mean
that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed to the floor?
The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well,
I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibilities. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Gun. It's really such a beautiful color, this glass. It's looked like whatever it has broken cleaning too. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. But there's this brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seems to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe. But what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that somehow spilled on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seems to be unambiguous. Who is this? MGA Vuvu, Mega Vuvu, thank you for the like. Unambiguous pointed to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, you should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. It begs the question of who did write it. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova has been able to shed some light on it, but she seems as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Anything new? Ada benda baru yang saya belum cek. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior on this cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now. They are neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt has been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. Okay, ni saya rasa ini sudah baca autoplay.
What now? Boleh saya move pergi luar? Let's check it out, check it out. Ada benda baru. 9th of January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Oh. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough. The bully Russian sailor who's always crossing his arm and staring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Masuk dalam. Tralala. Did you hear that? It sounds like someone singing. Tralila-lila-lila. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. You know that lark-like voice? Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova cabins while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewmen come back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Aduh. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next. Do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-li-la-ri-la-ri-la. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Oh, he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew, and drew and threw it all when there was doubt. It's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? I saw it all and stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes? What is it? You wanna fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. And I was just about to reach my climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? The logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when theirs is just that.
And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. It didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance! Ha 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 ha! Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. He seems to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I have something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Okay, masuk cabin. Ada orang? Tidak orang? Terbuka sudah. Kotak tu. Tadi kotak. Bag tu. 9th of January. SS Buria. First class cabin. Number 2. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh! Why she's gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, but for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
You must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
By ourselves, if we wanted to. If we have to. Yes, we will. Cek bajunya dulu.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm here. Yes, why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, I know. You know?
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they are all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Mr. Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding a special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria.
I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point,
where is it now?
So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool, shipbuilders must be to open ventilators into other room.
Ah, maybe.
So that there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Saya cek dulu tong sampah, ada nggak?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
Ah, those eyes.
She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly, we have no choice.
There's hardly anything in here at all, you know. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Tiga buku.
All the books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. You think that's God of the Sea? Perhaps? He's toppled too.
Well, it's exactly the same as the bookcase next door in Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing on using a difficult ballet.
Oke, ini sudah baca. Tidak apa. Sama ada bunyi.
Ah, what's that?
Ooh. What happened? Shut down the engines immediately.
There's some something in a quarter mile full. Full stop. Go aboard. All hands, birds for the...
What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't understand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
It looks like we avoided a collision. Collusion beneran.
I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Hello, is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, it sounds like Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quick!
What? The bolt?
Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange.
How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the spectre in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least in very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, to be continued. Lajunya. Nuhuhu. Save your current progress. Yes. Investigation Part 3. Kita buat saja lah alang-alang. 9th of January, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sambung lagi. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we're going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone might have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder! Dressed in all black, you are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already opened when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal! It's not enough that he has killed the man.
Da, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigation. Hiya! Baring lagi. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Well, everyone is attacking me. I was starting to think she was my friend. Kena serang macam tu saya. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Aduh. Di sana bergantung ba? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes!
Kenapa kau pakai itu tiara?
Naturally, I was analyzing what weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you as a detective? It is my business to know what other people do not. It isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy.
Oh, no, no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally.
I wish to determine if it would bend the conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not.
Ah, you again, the great detective.
Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you.
I have something to report to you most urgently.
Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is it to report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Ha! You have solved it. For even Hedgehog understand this case. We all knew who was the responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffed to prove it.
I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have been killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must have been someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what called a lock room mystery in detective stories.
The lock room. That is point.
The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You are all quite mistaken.
The cabin next door is not so-called lock room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
What other entrance?
We never discovered one.
Why, it gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man.
The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening?
It's not possible.
But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilators.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looked like some sort of speckled band is tackling from the ventilator's grill.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does he mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Mr. Sholmes, What are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. What am I about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold. What the? Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably.
Smart ada punya animation ular tu.
Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thoughts. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. Death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looked like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Itu apa tu? The great deduction, the game is afoot. So, we will talk about the intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slough skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shred its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended to the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appears to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours which, last night, infiltrated the scene of the crime is a rare breed of snake whose marking change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it will be found in the deepest depth of India. And for the conclusion, a beloved speckled snake. Then, we want to know how Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remain evidence to have affirmed it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wound left by the venomous fang will seal the truth. Yes, the vestige of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This make no sense.
Oh, ya kan kau tidak sedar pula. Kalau tengok dari awal mati, memang mati. Episode 2 mati kawan dia.
There is no point finding ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you're endowed to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that linked you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait, after a period,
You summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animals had done its duty, so you would listen for sign of life next door. If the victims appear not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilators and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fang in once, and its venom would course through the victim's vein, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. For the conclusion, death by venomous snake bite. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Lepas ni kita kena baiki dia punya deduction yang salah ni. Miss Pavlova has trained his pet snake as a killing machine. Oh ya, sebenarnya kalau kamu pernah baca mana-mana cerita Sherlock Holmes, sebenarnya cerita ni pun based on salah satu case dalam Sherlock Holmes yang real punya. Dia pasal memang orang ada latih ular dia bunuh orang. Tapi sebab tahulah kan, takkanlah kita mau balik-balik recycle cerita. So biasanya orang take the original story and then orang modify certain things. So orang bagi a new flavor untuk cerita atau case original dalam based on the original Sherlock Holmes. So kalau pernah tengok yang Sherlock Holmes daripada US pun daripada British yang BBC punya Sherlock, yang si Doctor Strange jadi Sherlock Holmes tu, itu pun banyak dorang modify daripada original cases yang lama-lama punya buku. Dorang ubah jadi modern, dan dorang ubah, banyaklah dorang ubah supaya dia fit into modern setting tapi based on the old punya case. Itu je lah. Macam saya pernah terbaca ni yang cerita pasal ular membunuh ni. Tapi itulah dorang modify untuk the new audience sama based on Japanese dan British dan Rusia punya setting. Sambung. There on the floor, we will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creatures. Incredible! You solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Holmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it will be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would be possible to signal to snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snake that danced to the sound of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movement.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so in-depth as to be practically useless.
Don't take it on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up that flat bell cot like the ones in this cabin.
Then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake has gone through the ventilators to the next door cabin, it could not have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Alah, kecewa bah Sholmes.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming.
Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, case your eyes down to your wrist again. What?
You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did it go?
Fear not, I shall see they are restored after our work is done. I really wish you leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction? Hold it, Mr. Holmes. So, regarding the intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Saya kasih auto. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pain expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it?
Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Aching. Oh! Claw scratch.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And very recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Inilah tuh kali.
Yes!
Claw scratches.
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals
that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidence your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. So ini kita kena baiki lagi ya. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, yeah?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Oh, tu. Ah,
Look at this photograph.
this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Tu nampak tu bell dia tu ada di bilik sebelah. Separuh daripada bell tu. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this little kitten. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling there.
Oh, what cute little kittens. It could vibe with you. Couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit?
A black kitten. And from the look of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. What is the true identity of her friend in it?
Yes!
Little kitten. Without doubt, something okay. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh, no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with this.
Oh, but it does.
You have the answer of this quandary even now, hidden behind your back.
Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's slouch skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty, maybe making me believe it was a ploy too.
Anyway,
I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which case, what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
Ini apa nih? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, long piece of cloth or some sort, and that looked like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. That sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase their band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy. Okay.
Yes!
Okay, sudah baik ini. Yes, that thing you are trying to but failing to conceal, yes? A cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of this now infamous speckled band. And it was this tie to tangle through the ventilators. You wave it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim would fail not to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilators into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use that speckled cat toys to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed by a cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. It was after I gave her had food last night. That's when it happened. She scratches the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she has disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Okay, selesai topik 1. Conclusion, a beloved kitten. Solved. And for our second issues on how Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which has been apprised, it would appear there was no visible sign of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Ini kita boleh baiki sebab kita ada report postmortem yang cakap dia kena belit. Ini malas, tak payahlah kita bercakap. Ini postmortem report. Mari kita cek. Victim pale, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. So ini kita bagi sama dia.
Yes!
Dia tukar. Kita tukar. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I know it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that
Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, let me take that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
Boleh habis ke malam ni? Tidak, sebab kita boleh kasih habis satu kes saja. Bukan satu kes. Boleh kalau saya paksa sampai jam 2. Tapi lepas ni kita sudah habis investigation ni. Lepas tu ada lagi, ada pergi court lagi, ada pergi mahkamah lagi ni.
Kazuma died because of his neck was broken. Saya rasa lah, biasanya begitulah setiap kes. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility.
So saya rasa lepas ni kalau habis dia to be continued, lepas ni saya pun kasih habis stream je. Sebab dia orang cakap dia orang mau singgah di Hong Kong. Untuk sepatutnya siapa ni kena tangkap, tapi barangkali dia orang ada pergi court di sana. Ada ini.
Yes!
Mark on the floor.
Yes, an examination of the mark of the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, supposedly visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of a shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, possibly identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I will carry as matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of a shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instance, he lost his life.
No! Macam salah je ni.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova?
What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life?
Yes, the facts are as clear as...
Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me.
You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence.
Huh? Tiada lah. But now your eventually glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hide the evidence that leads to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more.
It can't be true.
I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that what's happened.
But,
and if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Tiara? Apa? Kita cek dulu basket ni.
This is a waste paper basket. To have of the first class cabins have them. Must be probably only started cooking this cabin later. There's not much rubbish. Okay. Ah! Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it's like familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. So, inilah tuh.
Yes!
Waste paper basket. That's right. You had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. You have a fragment of some intricate glass objects. It would seem one that have a familiar air. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass in the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the newspaper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, in that harsh Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be gambar kucing. Bukan? Mari kita cek dulu. Ini kan, ini. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Daka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Auspicious. And because of that fateful stumble, your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Oh. Jadi apa laguna tu ular sana? Death by tripping over a cat. Kesian, kawannya mati pasal kucing saya. Deduction complete. Exact elementary, my dear Watson. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratches me and jumped out of my hand. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environment. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilators before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes, and I had read the rules of the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious disease. It's precautions, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again. by tackling the end of the toy through the ventilators into the adjoining cabin.
Bukan. Si Anu bercakap tadi tu.
Jarka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had come over. But then, I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of that brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Purja is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll wildly without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under her feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Jarka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that young man in cabin next to mine has died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then who's it? And where did it come from? Wait. What on earth such a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosco. Camana tu? His name is Pirosco. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? What? Animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understand? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understand you better? But my burly fellow, a gargantuous venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom? Pirosco does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He's adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, milk chickens, ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirosco eat mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. So, is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing say top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Kenapa kau stres, Shomes? It refused to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous.
How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco is nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
Tapi siapa yang tulis bahasa Rusia tuh? Di
Entahlah.
Sebenarnya case ini panjang lagi nih saya rasa. Belum tamat nih. This is not the end. Mesti ada benda yang berlaku lagi malam tuh. Mungkin dia jatuh tapi tidak mati and then baru orang lain bunuh.
Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situations you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba?
What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm not a great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's stories. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my fingers on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh!
I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you're not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Not again. When did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
You were,
Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes, Kazuma was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to the discrepancy is Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear.
Semutnya ada punya baju belakang tu ada bintang lah, macam ninja.
The truth about how you really died, but how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin?
Yes.
Tiba kawan datang. Oh bukan, itu kawan dia lah tuh. Itu kawan yang meninggal tuh lah, punya dari belakang. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That it was we must establish in the first instance. But we already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that has climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death could possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proved unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Apa? Ini kan?
Yes!
The truth is clearly coded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. This simple language, he could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell into the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if that what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proved this was no accident. In other words, apa? Ada. Ini 9 Januari. Apa? In the piece, this was no accident. Check history. Something that couldn't possibly have been there. Benda yang mustahil ada di sana. Apa yang tidak mungkin ada di sana? Ini apa? Apa? Jap. Pikir. Saya save dulu. Apa? Oh, dekat jam 1 sudah. Saya tidak paham apa soalan ini. Apa soalan dia mau? Ini kali. Reason. Alamak. I think I was starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was evidence to prove it. Oh, hancur satu. If it was no accidents, then what we should be looking for in one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Oh, I see. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. Apa yang ada di... Saya load. Ini kan? This piece of broken glass next to the mark of the floor. But that glass bell kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in the logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? Well, that's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise this truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course. We know this. What are you talking about? Bullhead was bolted shut from inside. There is no way in or out. Oh yes. And only other person was in his cabin was young student died. What? I don't know. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the wardrobe.
the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. And in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that has fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise question. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling will have been careless, barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny items. You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skill and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it. You said that.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth.
Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are great detective. You should know.
Mau mengantuk sudah nih. Saya nggak tahu kenapa dia masih sambung nih.
Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked door? Yep, it's impossible.
Ah, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around doors latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Saya habis ngam-ngam jam 1. Saya kasih habis, saya cuba kasih habis.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed on heavy steel, with not a gap inside. No thread or needles or magnet could have been used. 2 jam pula sudah habis pula. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin's door bolt across from the outside. Nina, buku ni. Look at the bookcase there. See how the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made emergency stops before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that unfastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's one known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same forces that push over those books on those bookcases also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We have come into the cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of steel. It's made of metal. But it's small and light enough to be moving by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed, lock room complete. The SS Buddha made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelf have toppled over, and all the ornaments. It is almost as if someone has run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? That when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You said Puria made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always said, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slides close. So, what we must now consider? Yes, it's all come down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asuki, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiots. Burya is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stops, even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating.
Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Ini kan. So, saya akan stop di sini. Dalam 1 minit. Great Ace Attorney Adventures Episode 2 The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. So kita continue daripada save data nih. Dan di sini, what evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripe this vessel last night? So dia tanya kita, si Sholmes tanya apa bukti yang kapal ni ada emergency brake. Saya rasa dia punya jawapan dia di log ship nih. Sebab kalau kita cek, dia start 1.5, dia tiada tulis apa-apa. Mungkin maksudnya dia sangat sibuk lah, lebih kurang. So, ini kita present. Yes! Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
You're rather careless, lad. It atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway up there. But as responsible passengers, we took it to our care with a mind to return to it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log? That is because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Indeed so.
Which tell us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget that to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ships really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Hey, suara. Stop talking rubbish.
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened,
surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ships lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that. And if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing?
Sorry? What do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing on your head since this morning. We all have suffered with it. Oh, yes. I have a headache. You're right. In fact,
I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has been sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on it by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you bought this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. Why did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night has been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes mean. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every... AB, thank you for the like. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless that is every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, seaman. Oh, dia naik semalam pasal perempuan tu baru naik. Okay. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tear everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
We cannot make all drug, how do you say, dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat.
While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals have contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Of course. Just like us, all the passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep in their cabin, doors bolted anyway. Hence, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked too long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is, what I said earlier. There was somebody else present at the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragment of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trick.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your eyes, with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observations, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, you know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So, we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died.
Alah. Sayangnya. Ada ink stain pula sini.
Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. In an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
Ada lagi lain tak? Inilah kita present.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seems to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt come from.
So nothing in particular come to mind about this stain?
What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff uniform. And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff uniform really is.
Alamak. Ini kan.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. Not what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink on exactly the same color. If the ink has been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was split.
Awang Iqbal, thank you for the like.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burya do emergency stop and pulled cabin door shut.
Thank you for the share, Awang Iqbal. Terima kasih.
I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageways. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Ya, kasih selesai.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck. When he fell on the floor,
Yes, that is right.
so after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find his occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when he heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went into Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door to student cabin,
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last?
Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know.
The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly.
And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well,
If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by such terrible stroke of bad luck he broke his neck, in which part of photographic seemed unnatural? Leher. Jawa. Sini. Kepala.
Yes!
It must be here, surely.
Allow me to off your... Okay. Alamak. Oh, salah. Sebab dia cakap... Entahlah. So tadi dia sudah cakap dia sudah arrange. So saya ingat sekali semua lah batu. Termasuklah bah dengan tulis-tulis sekali. Semua kalau buat game ni. Ya, saya rasa memang pasal tulis tu. Tapi itulah. Tulis ni... Ini bukan...
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So, if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point.
Yes, tapi kenapa lah game ni benda simple pun balik-balik. Entahlah, kadang-kadang game ni suka jadikan one point tu macam 5 kali kena bagi tahu balik-balik dalam the few stories dia. Ini masalah dia. Ini yang unnatural. Ini yang rasa pelik. Ya. Tapi tidak pernah pun. Padahal awal-awal story sudah bagi tahu ya. Itu natural, unnatural. Lepas tu dia suruh lagi kasih tunjuk. Tak faham terusnya.
Very true. Is it certainly peculiar? But it's not what I mean by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point.
Apa? Oh, salah lah.
Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing on yourself. In my opinion, if landed as the victim appears to have done there, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you reach the same conclusion.
Ini mesti lagi susah mau kasih betul ni.
As Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seemed unnatural?
Apa? Tangan?
Itulah saya pilih dia punya neck, pasal kalau dia jatuh pun sepatutnya kalau neck dia yang pecah.
Tangan?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one instincts to open the palms flat. Yet, here we see the victim with his left hand tightly belay into a fist. Ball betul, bukan belay, balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as thought he were gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam, would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with the little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you are right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. What does it tell us?
Saya tengok dulu gambar dia. Oh, bukan. Oke, bukan dalam sini. Bukan dia punya. Dari mana saya nampak anu tuh? Bukan dia punya ini. Apa yang dia pegang? Apa yang dia jumpa?
It's very pretty. What does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
I'm not sure. The crescent moon looks like familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
But the truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes.
Nina.
She has such petite ears among the beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what called an earring, a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing, maybe it's broken off. So now what's that left is the glass part that attached to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have not noticed it broken. Inilah, reason lah.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it must have been broken, I suppose.
Eh? What?
But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon.
Ah! I don't believe it.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Really, there was only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when he fell and the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you're quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moment? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away. The fishing boat in the middle of the night trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Tarka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Taka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite.
Jess TV, thank you for the like.
And kind. He helped me to find Tarka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in his arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment, sorry, but
Oh, yes.
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from land in faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of that ballet made a deep impression on me. What are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? That it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Tarka jumped out my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Straganov, who was on duty on the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef." Famikun, thank you for the like. If they find out, I will be pleased. I have nowhere to go. So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazuma cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passengers in the cabin next door? Duh. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you work out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back on strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote something so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. Mari kita study sedikit. Study kejap.
Гардероб.
Garderob.
Гардероб.
Garderob. Garderob. Cemana dia jadi garderob? Entah. Tapi macam lain sikit pasal
Гардероб.
garderob. Garderob. Okay, good to know. Garderob. I wrote garderob on that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it's for tucked in cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed to come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you ran away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? Inspector, Inspector tu. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you for a moment, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Oh, lagu tu wah, sedih juga. Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Kenapa dia mati? Kau boleh buat bro.
I'm ready then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even by a little bit when you're following that gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma's looking at? Dia tengok ni, wardrobe. Dia bukan si bangun saya. The wardrobe, my wardrobe, was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly, too soundly. If I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug, if only he'd woken me up, then maybe this tragedy would never have happened.
Take that!
Take that! Suara British dia tu. Tapi saya sengaja bagi dia American supaya saya senang buat. Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter, to see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. 9th January, 7:14 p.m. Sespuria, First Class Cabin, Sageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, he will hand it over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russian try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina.
I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have you hand over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So you should get back to your cabin now. It's looked like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'll tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, Susato-san? Lari. Oh, bukan. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, ready to leave tomorrow and all that. Still, can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san? He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he was. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was... I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for that terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Eh? Oh, surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head. I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say, your stowaway after all? You think this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer a sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspiration in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogia's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me. What? Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solutions, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualification, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyers. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Mesti si Naruhodo lasas jadi lawyer sama si Susato bersama-sama. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you are not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shore. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There is one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such difficult position? It's for Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Sato? Oh, tersenyum. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yes, yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the rule. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite of the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise to deny. I said that I'd do anything and all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? Ooh, pisang. I'd like to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it anyway. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Oh no. Disuruh buat ini kah? Wah. I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicions to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No. You were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was... No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observe your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am practitioner of the combative art myself. I am somehow accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Sama saya. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, the scene from the evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prize sword that had been passed down through generation of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. That Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate if you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Kazuma. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what was that. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And yeah, episode 2 habis. Woo! Yeah.